Good morning, y'all. What's up, Soul Fam? Perfect. Let's get rolling. Oh, the heck. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Yes, sir. That's good. Mission to go.
Taking the smart break.
Interesting. Thank you, bro. And you as well. Doing my daily checks. It's like I'm an astronaut doing all the daily checks as a live streamer. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Get back over there. Cool beans. He'll be out in a moment. Excellent. Kind of jumped the gun a little bit, but those will warm up. Being silly. Just thinking about think about the word compartmentalized. Got to warm up my voice once we get outside. Excellent. I brought dirt into the room with the boots, but whatever. Like everything else, it shall be cleaned. It shall be clean. Okay, Google, turn off light. Well, it's 2 degrees. This is what 2 degrees feels like. It's not windy, but it's definitely not yesterday. It's definitely a little bit chillier. Cool beans. And my phone is already at 99%, so we'll see how the battery holds up throughout this walk. Could be a shorter walk. We shall see. He's got good control over his dog. Morning. So the word enjoy, I thought I had made a live stream with the word enjoy, but I made a live stream with the word joy. I think I made one with joy. And if I haven't, then that will probably be next. Enjoy, joy. We get to enjoy our life as much as we are supposed to remember in every present moment. Sometimes we forget. Sometimes we feel some feelings and we're like, ugh, because that's really what life's about, feeling feelings. We're all looking for pleasure. We label pleasure as good, and we label pain as bad. But you know, it's the pain that allows us to experience the pleasure. You can't have one without the other. Let's see. May joy come up through the infinite well and overwhelm you. Thank you. And likewise to you as well, as it's supposed to. But it is coming through. It has no choice but to. So I'm just like, you know, it's April 4th. I was looking at the live stream, how far they are from Earth. And you know, there's a lot of people. I was looking at some other YouTube videos of like the mission. And you know, there was some comments saying, hey, by the way, am I stuck? Because it shows 0 people now. I don't know if that's true, but no, it's working. Essentially, it was saying like, oh, that's CGI. It's not it's they're not actually in space. People are still saying that the Earth is flat, like it's not real. But you know, those humans who are like still conspiracy theorists about outer space and the Earth being flat, I mean, you're not wrong to say that the Earth is flat, because the Earth is flat when you're in a different dimension. It's a disc. It's a flat disc, just like the universe is. But your mind can't perceive multi-dimensionalness. Like all this is compressed. In the last 3 days, I've had 8 clients had such a big shift from their old to new experiences and beyond. And I just feel so showered with grace and joy this morning. Yeah, that's awesome, man. And the more they tap back into who they are, they will ripple it out to many who they know, and they will then ripple it out to many they know. Because humans, once they feel something, they want to share it with others. Majority of people. Some do keep it to themselves, right? AK, like some people, some of Nero's people are like, I can't have my enemies have the same power as me. And the fact that they're even adhering to enemies and having the same powers, like, we all have the same power, regardless of, it's just the awareness about the power. So it's kind of like ridiculous that like there's still people who even watch his content who are still playing the zero-sum game. But, you know, anyways, for those who do want to share, they want to burst it out and just share it with the world. That's why so many content creators are out talking about the same thing, because they just want to spread the message that we're all one. Some are still figuring out how to say it. Some are using words that at their level of awareness, and others know exactly what it really is. And when we share it with others, others will then share it with others, and it becomes a massive ripple effect. It's okay. Now you're sharing it with other people. There's a woodpecker pecking somewhere. Such a tiny bird that makes such a loud noise, which is pretty awesome. Oh, he's right there. I see him. He's right on that pole at the top there. Will he peck while we're go right by him, or will he wait? Looks like he's waiting. And now he pecks, like when I remove the camera from him. We never used to have woodpeckers in the area, so it's interesting how they start showing up in the last, like, you know, year or two. And you know, the more people who are in joy, they want other people to feel the same joy, right? It's only natural that we want to share. Of course, the opposite can be also true about when you're in pain. You want other people to understand you. So you want to kind of share your pain and make other people feel what you're feeling. And I've done that plenty of times. I remember when I was in the law firm, I'd come in like a dark cloud of gloom, and like people were like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "No, I'm not okay. I don't want to talk to any of you." And like, you know, I just kind of like bring down, like, they're in joy and I'm bringing them down. I gotta practice the deeper voice. I'm gonna change it up. I'm gonna go around that way. We usually go through the school. We'll come back to the school area, but I will go to the left and then turn to the right and go through that street, changing it up. I feel like that modern house. Yeah, I know. I like that house too. They did a nice job on that house. This street that I'm gonna turn left or turn right into, it'll go right back to, it just loops around. this house here, the one that's right in front of us, which I'm gonna now turn to the left, or now to the right. This was the coolest house at one point, but now it's showing its age, even though it was built like 10 years ago. But it's one of the only houses that have a garage on the side of the house, and the entrance is on like the side, not the front. Like most people's entrances here on these houses are somewhat to the front of the house. But actually, when I look at it, no, these houses are, their entrances are on the side. It's not at the front. It's fascinating how I just noticed that. It's like that house over there, the entrance is on the front. There's another cool house coming up that it's over here, and they have lions. You know, I figure I'd change it up a little bit. So they have butterflies on this one. They have owl and they have a peacock. And there looks like Mary Magdalene. I was attempting to watch Passion of the Christ last night, but the video that I downloaded, it had like somebody narrating the entire movie. Like it was like saying, a bald-headed man has now walked into the thing. I'm like, I don't need a narration. I just want to hear, if it's in a different language, I just want subtitles. I don't give a shit about all this narration. So I'm gonna find another Passion of the Christ video and download it. There's the lions. There's the leons. There's a little bit of some winter stuff still. They still have their Christmas stuff out in April. That's pretty awesome. We're starting up our school in June, so we're starting our email campaign as of April 1st, embracing the Fool in the tarot card deck, leaping forward, ready, set, go. Yeah. Having to listen to a narrator, it's like it's for those who are like, they can't see. So I thought that video, I was like, something's off here, because I know the video is supposed to, I thought they probably were narrating, like they had English like titles, but yeah, I can't watch a movie with narration like that. It's very distracting. Anyways, getting back to our conversation about enjoying. It's only natural that we all want to share our joy with others. We want to see other people happy as well, just like we're happy. I know, like for me, whenever I'm happy, I want to share it. Whenever I'm negative, I don't want to be around anybody. Or this character is negative. That's our natural inclination. Joy is actually a very contagious but a really awesome feeling. Like when you're in joy, like joy just brings like peace and serenity and happiness and tranquility and love and like unity. Like you just want to burst with joy out to the world. You know, there's that, what is it? Joy to the world, the Lord has come. You know, like one of those Christmas songs. It's not saying happiness came Happiness came to the world, the Lord has come. Or happiness to the world. It's not, it says joy, right? Part of the synergy of Trinity. When we are just more of ourselves, we're in joy. We know that we're the creator. And all of it's in the now. Like, that's all you have to know. You have the power in every present moment to shift. But you know, when you're feeling something, sometimes it's a little challenging to shift because, you know, you're going through it, and that's okay. If you're going through it, feel it. But know that everything's temporary. It's like it's the clouds in the sky. Do they stay in the sky forever? No. No one cloud is also ever the same. There's been plenty of mornings where the sky has been clear. There's been plenty of days the sky has been very cloudy. There's been days that the sky has been very foggy. There's been days the sky has been very, very like dark. But like anything else, it just is. It's temporary. So then someone would ask, well, Orion, wouldn't joy be temporary then too? Well, theoretically it is, but that's generally our natural state. Our most neutral state is joy. When a kid is born, are they depressed? Are they sad? Is that a dog at a window? It sure is a doggy at the window. He's just like, he's like merged with the couch, because the couch is like black too. Is a kid coming out and being depressed? No, they're in joy. When they finally are starting to, like a month into their life, they're starting to kick up. They're like, you know, they're on their back. They're doing all kinds of things with their hands and their feet, kicking up. When they're like 2 months old, they're doing it. 3 months old, they're doing it. 4 months old, they're doing it. 5 months old, they start to crawl. They're kicking up and crawling. Let's see. Joy can knock you out on the ground with tears and yeah, gooey love and happiness. But we forget, you know, as adults, this is the same, we have that same ability to be in joy. Last night before I went to bed, I went to bed early actually, and I woke back up after 3 hours, brushed my teeth, washed my cup out, and then went back to sleep. There's some videos that popped up, like, you know, assets and liabilities, you know, using life insurance and you know, buying, you know, making sure you have like stocks that are liquid so that you can borrow against them. So there was a video that popped up about manifestation, of course. And, you know, he was saying you have to really feel it. You got to feel what it feels like, tastes like, smells like, what you're hearing, what you're seeing, and really engage all of your senses and have fun and be in joy with it, right? Don't be in tension, don't be stressed, because, you know, if you're using your imagination but without your senses, it's just thinking, and thinking brings nothing. It's basically just shit, essentially. So you gotta, like, and he was mentioning, you know, enjoy the process. Have fun with it. But we, you know, what trips us up is we make choices in our life. And you know, this is what I was saying yesterday. I know you were on, you kept your thing on, but I'm sure you heard me say, you know, it kind of sucks what I'm about to say, but I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. You made those choices to do what you're doing. So like when someone's like, you know, that person who left a comment about, you know, how can we get the mind, you know, out of the ignorance of, and like get into the direct experience, right? You just choose to. You just choose it. It's a decision, right? Everybody has made their choice why they're doing what they're doing. Some made the choice because they're simply unaware, and it's not their fault. But it's when you become aware, but you still choose to still keep doing the same thing. That's where, you know, fear of the illusion kicks in, and then you're like, you know, you keep entertaining the thing that is like bringing you down. I see it time and time again. Whether it's comments or people in the physical, I see it in this, you know, in this environment that I'm in, right? I see a little bit of change, but they're still adhering to like things that are, for them, it's beneficial to do certain things that they're doing. For me, it's not beneficial at all to even entertain the things that they entertain, because it's just like it's a trap. They're ensnared in their own trap. That's why I was given the opportunity to be re-aware of all of this stuff. I can no longer see the earth the way I seen it, right? That's why there's that quote that says, I miss the way I used to look at the world before I became aware of everything. So true, though. Intuition, are we taking the long way or the short way? I know what we'll do. We'll take the short way, but we'll go not to the bridge. So we're gonna go to the right instead of the left, walk a little bit and then turn around and come back. That's what we'll do. There's a car that just rolled in. There's two cars that just rolled in. Morning. But everything's a choice. We make the choice in every present moment what we want to do, even if it feels like we have no choice. But we always have a choice. You get to choose in every present moment how to feel. That's why, like I was saying yesterday, you may not be able to control your first thought at times, or the words that you're saying, but you can definitely control your second and your third and your 100th one. It's just a matter of stopping the mind from going into chaos. So why does one go into chaos? Was this the spot usually you're walking or jogging up backwards? No. This is the shorter way. This is when it was like winter, like cold, and it's like -40. Because this is the big park. So normally we're coming from over there. And then that's the way that we usually go. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go that way for a little bit, and then I'm gonna turn around. There goes our brother jogging over there. First time I've seen him before. Oh, somebody else that came down here as well too. They're behind me. I'm gonna go to the right, walk a little bit, turn around, and then come back and walk that way where he's running, because that's the way back. I have 79% on the battery, so get some steps in. Pretty windy today. Winter is still haven't fully left us. We had a hot summer day basically yesterday, only to go right back to winter. See, it's like up and down right now. Is she coming this way? Yeah, she's coming this way. The person that was behind me is coming this way. I'm not really a fan when others are behind me, because, but that's one thing that I let this character have to deal with. Like, you're always safe even if someone's behind you. It's because I remember one of my past life, well, it's not really past, it's still happening, where someone is trailing behind me and they're chasing me and they're like, they basically are like stalking me in a different lifetime. And this is the reason why, like, a lot of people are not meant to have not activate their previous incarnations, because even though we all can handle it, some are not ready for that kind of experience. I asked for it, so I got it. Well, I also set up my own games for me to activate it. But, anyways, getting back to what I was sharing, everything's a choice, right? I could choose to stop live streaming forever. I can choose to go back to a job. I can choose to never share the wisdom with people, but that's not going to serve me or anyone. Everybody's actually waiting for the aligned version of you, your gifts, right? And if you squander your gifts away and you just throw it away, then the other people who are supposed to be impacted by you, they miss out the true version of you, and then unfortunately they never get to see you. And because they never get to see you, right, you know how many people you're supposed to impact? And I remember it was the heaven junkyard story that I heard. That this thing was for you. You asked, but you only believed that you could have something less. So we gave you the less, and then you died, and then you came to the heaven junkyard, and the heaven junkyard was for, and this really hit me. I'm like, fuck. Like you threw all that away. There was another video where I think it was a woman who spoke this. I think I downloaded the reel too onto my tablet. It was really good. She was basically saying, you know, you get to heaven. You know, we're using the word heaven for now. You get to heaven, and you're there with God, even though you're God, and you realize, like, holy shit, like, you're going to be known as the person who didn't fulfill your destiny when you get back up. What the hell is that smell? There's a interesting smell that's happening. It's like, it's not a skunk. It smells like weed. It's like heavy ass weed here. Ooh. Ugh. Not the greatest scent to be walking through. It could be a skunk, but doesn't smell like a skunk. Anyways, so you get to heaven, and you were supposed to be the greatest speaker of all time, and now you're known as the one who could have been the greatest speaker of all time. And I was like, damn. That's just an example. Or you're supposed to be the greatest chef of all time, and now you came back to heaven, and you were just going to be now known as the person who was supposed to be the greatest chef of all time, and that will then lead to regret. The smell disappeared. That's why we have infinite potential with our finite body to bring forth everything that we're supposed to, but we play too damn small. And I thought about this morning when I woke up. Like, we're playing small. Like, we should be asking for more. It's okay to ask for more money. It's okay to ask for more. You're not striving for the material, but you're meant to have more so that you can do more. Money in the hands of great people do great things. Money is the magical amplifier. Excuse me. Money in the hands of amazing people do amazing things. They can change the world with it. They can bring forth a lot of things. But there's still people out there who are still locked to this stupid idea that the money is the root of all evil. No, the money is the root of all good. It all comes down to your damn perspective. Let me see what you shared. I think my mom hit a skunk. It took away 5 or 6 months before the smell finally got eliminated out of the car, because it was just impossible to get off. Yeah. God, I bet. Man, that's crazy. Okay, his phone battery's at 67%. I had to emphasize that because of everybody in their little 6, 7. Yeah, I don't hate it. It's very disturbing to the body. It's like not in alignment at all. It's very harsh. I don't know how others who are smoking it, how they can stand the smell. Well, I mean, I guess they're in alignment to it, right? But do they really like the smell of weed? Like, it's horrible. You know, speaking of that, right? That's a choice to do. And I know so many do it because they think that can help them get relaxed. And look, if it helps you to relax, then do what you got to do, right? But no judgment on there whatsoever. But there are better ways to get relaxed than to entertain that. Some will say, "Oh, but I can get high from weed and I can get into my spiritual essence." I'm like, I mean, you could, right? You can take ayahuasca, you can have that experience, but you don't even need to do that. When you know you're God, you don't need to do any of that shit. Let's see what you shared here. Let's see. So you wonder if some of the brain cells that are lost are part of the factory of nerves are some of the most powerful memories. Honestly, just note to anyone that does it, I'm just curious. I'm totally fine with people, whatever they do. I just don't want people to hurt themselves from not being conscious with their actions. Yeah, it's true. But many are creating obfuscations and problems with their choices, and they're unaware of it. Okay, so this is weird. There's a pair of shoes here. One shoe is one thing and another is another. Like, what the hell is that? Is this just like a symbol or something? Anyways, you'll know what I'll say in a moment. I'm just gonna go up to the end of this guardrail and turn around. Or I'll go a little bit further. I have 62%. I'll walk a little bit further and then turn around. See, my thing is, like, I know some, a lot are going to ayahuasca retreats and like smoking up that weed and doing all kinds of shit to have a spiritual experience, and see the colors and all this shit, but like, you don't need to do all that. Like, I never had to do all that because I had my experience through simply just having an activation. I've had it many times when I meditated. And the thing is, like, why do we meditate? Because we want to have that experience again. But sometimes it just doesn't happen, and then you get frustrated. And that's why other people, they tend to go and they smoke up that weed, or they do ayahuasca to have that experience. Or, there's a sister who does DMT retreats. Like, she wants me to come there, but I'm like, I'm coming there not to participate in that. Like, I don't need to go to 5-DMTO or whatever the shit it's called, because it's not necessary. Of course, I would also tell her it's not necessary, but that's her, she helps people who are looking for their experience. Again, no judgment, right? She has a retreat center in Sacramento, California, at Mount Shasta. But I myself, like, her name is Shaman Lizzie, or Elizabeth, that's her name. But I myself, I wouldn't do that. I thought about it. Taking that frog poison and putting it into my system, and you're like puking, or you're going through your experience. I'm like, fuck that noise. There's no need for me to ever do that, because I know that the answer is right here. There is nothing else to seek. That's why the universe or myself gave it to myself in a more pleasant way. Okay, phone battery is at 59%, so I will I'll probably turn around when I get to that turn over there. I'm gonna just do a whoop. Let's see, eventually after the chemical wears off, you just got to do the shift from within. For most people, it's just like a motor starts off with a wonky, yeah. But you see, after what happens, for some, not all, some people, they get fucked up afterwards because they couldn't handle the experience. And then they're even more depressed, they're even more sad, they're less in joy, because they now know that this was truly an illusion. There's our sister, and she's walking back. And I'm going to do what she just did there. I'm going to turn at these recycling bins. I said I was going to turn at the turn, but I'm going to turn at the recycling bins. So here we go. We're doing a U-turn, just like she did. U-turn. And now here we go. Let's see. Yeah. The thing is, like, I'm so grateful that I didn't have to go through all that shit to figure it out. Like, again, like, there's many ways up the mountain, right? If that's your way that you're supposed to get up to the mountain, cool, right? But here's the thing that itself keeps telling me. If you see like demiurges or archons while you're there, and colors, well, that's because your consciousness from a different experience, had that experience, because you bought into all that. There are so many people who are living a great life, but they don't buy into archons and demiurges, right? Because in their experience, they have whatever they want. They believe in God like a dude in the sky, and they live with peace, like Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey is a Christian who truly believes in God like a dude, right? But he's living his great life. Then there's other people like Nero who knows that God is not a dude, it's an energy source, but he's also living his great life too. Then there's me, who I'm starting to finally live my my most potent and potential life and great life. And I know it's not a dude in the sky, it's an energy. Sometimes the character still entertains that it's some guy probably, but it's not. But it takes a form like in a tree or a bird or another human. Even though we're also the form of it. To express ourselves, we're the localized version or the localized expression of itself where we are. But there's many ways up the mountain, right? There's more than one path. Up the mountain would be called, you could say, enlightenment but the thing is, you had never left the top of the mountain. Your consciousness threw you down to believe that you were not on the top of the mountain. This is a bar, by the way, that's gonna come through. It's like your body, like there's a version of you who's on the top of the mountain, but the mind finessed everyone into believing they're not at the top. So it's like a shell of their body still at the top, waiting for you to get back to the top or realize you're already at the top. But you have to go through your journey, make your choices, do what you got to do, think that you're going to forever be learning and growing from a humanistic perspective, and then ultimately you're going to always find that you'll never be at the top of the mountain from that perspective, because you're going to always want to stretch and grow. And yes, you are always mastering and evolving and growing and transcending. However, you're also mastered, transcended, already grown, already evolved. Now we can say practice love and authenticity. But when you just stop and realize it's just here right now, the character's playing a story through a timeline, and you get rid of the timeline, and you just tap into the now line, that's it. It's just here right now. And there's 10,000 different ways to say the now, and give a parable or tell a story or share a myth or a metaphor on how to get into the now. Right? There's so many stories and parables about being in the now. But if you say to someone the direct words, you can just choose the now and be in joy, do you think they will just accept that? No. It's not them though, it's their mind that won't accept it. And then their mind's gonna finesse them into believing, no, that can't be that, it can't be that simple, that's impossible. Sounds good. Enjoy your day, dude. Appreciate you coming on. Have a wonderful, awesome day. I love you. Enjoy the magic today. And know that in every present moment that you're already there. There's nowhere to go because you're already there. It's like that saying, no matter where you go, there you are. Well, no matter where you go, you're always here. And that's in the now. No matter where you go, you're always in the now. I like this area. A lot of birds in this spot. I wonder what I want to do this morning after I eat. Do I want to play a video game? Do I actually want to watch? I was actually starting to watch Yogananda. I might actually watch it, but I don't know if it's copyright. I think it's copyright though. But it's a documentary, so I don't know if a documentary would be copyright about Yogananda. Perception is power. It sure is. And they both start with P. Same with perspective. Perspective is also power. Perception is also prominence. Same with perspective. Be it before the world proves it to you. Be it before the world proves it to you. But here's the other thing about that. You don't need to prove yourself to anything or anyone, including yourself, because you already are it now. I have ultimate wisdom. Then why don't you levitate, Orion? Let's see. How many more mirrors do we need to see? None really, because you're your own mirror. All the mirrors are done. This is interesting. I'm walking back through this spot and the smell has completely disappeared. So either one of two things. That brother that passed by us was the one that smoked that weed, and that weed trail was just like so strong because the scent has disappeared. Or, yeah, I don't know. I think it was definitely him. But damn, that shit is strong as hell that he was smoking. The tree has been my greatest mirror, the water and the sky. I mean, we'll always have a mirror, and those will always be a mirror no matter what. But once we know who we are, all the mirrors can disappear. They're just there as a reminder when the character attempts to slip back, because it will happen. The character does slip back, but then as long as we don't label it as like slipping back, right? Because it all comes down to label and perception, and like attributing meaning towards something. Just like, you know, when Ramon came on yesterday, asking about, I think it was his wife or himself, asking about, you know, how do you stay focused, or how do you keep doing what you're doing? I think that's what he said. How do you stay disciplined? Yeah, how do you stay disciplined to keep doing what you're doing and not get thrown into procrastination? Well, it's simple. Procrastination just doesn't exist for me. And I'm always disciplined no matter when I do what I'm supposed to do, because I created a life where I can do whatever I want. I'm not tied to like, oh, I have to do this at 10 o'clock today. Of course, when I have clients in the physical, you know, I'll be with some scheduling, but other than that, like, I choose to do whatever I want, whenever I want, however I want, but not making it a problem or creating an obfuscation. Sounds good. Peace out, bro. Later. I'm just taking in the nature. There's a brother coming down, I think, and about to jog down here. Another brother over there hanging out by that baseball diamond, just taking in the nature, the quietness. Hey, universe, I would like to call forth some people back into my experience for a moment, even if it's just temporary. I would like to see Julia Duran. I'd like to see her one more time. Not to anything, but just to thank her. Thank her for our, you know, the experience we had together for a month. I want to thank her for all that. Because she's the one that helped kick off all this, like, different experience of mine, ultimate discernment. Just to say thank you, that's it. Nothing more. I trust her and Care Bear are doing great. Care Bear is her dog, big, giant dog. I would also like to call forth Ariana Lagunas as well and say thank you for also playing your part, bringing San Diego into my core consciousness of home. I enjoyed our experience together. I also would like to bring Zoe Walker to the front to say thank you, because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have married my wife, Lindsay Sterling. The one I was supposed to marry, the woman of my life, of my dreams, of my reality. I also want to, well, Pam is still in my experience, so Pam hasn't disappeared, but want to thank Pam for, you know, also choosing her partner, because it freed me up to be with Lindsay, who I was supposed to be with. Pam doesn't need to be called forward because she is still part of my experience as a sister now, which is cool. I'm grateful I get to enjoy those experiences now. There's no experience from the past, so-called past, which doesn't exist, that is painful anymore, because I got to create all that, to master this character. It's fascinating because, like, I see this character similar to Lacus, like how we were playing PSO for a couple days and I used all those enhancements and I maxed the shit out of her. Now she's a fucking beast because she remembered her true powers. Who else do I want to call back in my experience for a moment to just say thank you? I want to say thank you to Mel, not Melissa, the one that I worked, well, I worked with many Melissas. The Melissa that used to piss me off at my old computer sales job. I want to say thank you to her because of, you know, she always saw the best in me, even when I didn't see the best in me. She knew that I could be a kind dude, and she always, even though she hated the fact that, like, I was always negative, she's like, I know you're hurting, and I know you're a good guy, but you're just being fake right now, being this tough guy. I also want to thank all the people at the law firm and call some of them back into my experience for a moment, for putting up with the energy of this character for a couple years when the character started going downhill in 27, like late. I think it's the downfall started happening in mid 2017. Mid 2017 to mid 2019, because the summer of 2019 is when the energy started to shoot back up. Wasn't aware at that moment yet, but that's when shit was starting to change. The Raptors had won the NBA championship, so the city and the energy of the city was more peaceful because people were happy that we finally won a championship after however many fucking years. Even though sports is an illusion, right? Because sports divides people. It unites people, but also divides at the same time because it creates the us versus them mentality. But at the time, when the Raptors won, it really did help this character to get into a happier vibe, which then led into the awakening a couple months later in October. But I want to thank all the people who put up with this character at the law firm, especially a character like Troy, who gifted me that book, The 4 Agreements, and I had no idea about that book whatsoever. And he called me to his office. He's like, hey, I have a gift for you. Come to my office right now if you can. I'm like, I'll be there. And he presented me a book. I'm like, I remember that moment. I can feel that moment clear as day. I'm like, dude, like, I appreciate it, but like, I'm not gonna read a book. Like, I haven't read a book since high school? I'm not gonna read no damn book. Like, come on. Just take the book, man. He even put a little bow on it. And like, take the fucking book. I'm like, whatever, man. Just to make you happy, I'll take the fucking book. He's like, you better read it. I'm like, whatever, man. Every time I would pass his office, you read the book? I'm like, nope. It's in my bag. You should read the book. It's funny because I didn't read that book until I didn't read that book until after Think and Grow Rich, which was just after the 35th birthday. Yeah, I Think and Grow Rich first before. Yeah, I read that I think I read that in 2020. Wait. See, my timelines are all messed up now because I'm like, which books did I read before which books? I know I read Think and Grow Rich in April 2020. I think Four Agreements was just a couple months later. I was sitting in the room and the intuition at the time was like, hey, there's a book in your bag. Go get your briefcase out and empty out your bag. There's a book. Read the book. And the intuition was saying, it could have always been Orion, by the way, but I wasn't in that mindset to hear things clear. And I read the book and I was like, oh my God, I had this book in my bag for what, 2 years? Are you fucking kidding me right now? I had the book in my possession for 2 years and I did not read the book. Crazy. That's one book that I come back and I revisit a lot because it's short, it's direct, the words they're not obfuscated. There are parts that can be obfuscated in that book because the answer is right here, right now. All Don Miguel Ruiz had to say was, the answer is right here, right now. But, it's a really good book. But I want to thank Troy for that one. I really would like to see Troy again. Like have a meeting with him. Well, when I say meeting, have a meet up with him. Because there was a moment where the tables turned and I started helping him instead of it was wild how it went the other way around. He started going down a dark road and I was the one that pulled his ass out of that dark road. And that was in 2021. He started to I wished him happy birthday because his birthday is close to this character's birthday. His is I believe the 7th. And he was like, yeah, my life kind of sucks right now. I'm like, you're a fucking lawyer, dude. You're making bank. And you're saying your life sucks right now? Dude, I almost fucking died. This is when I was in that mode of inspiring people to live their life to the fullest because you don't know when your time is up. And I still, to some degree, I still do that. But I do forget my experience in the hospital at times to remind myself, and I'm reminding myself right now, hey, Orion, once upon a time, you almost died. Twice. Enjoy your life. Enjoy it. Have fun. It's short. You don't know when your time is up, right? Anything can happen at any given moment. But I remember that moment when Troy was saying that and he's beating himself up. And I dragged his ass out of that. I'm like, Troy, and I called him. I'm like, yo, you're the one that gave me that book. You're the one that told me to read that book, and I read that book back to front. I've read it 4 times since you given it to me. I read it 3 times in 2020 because it was such a good book. And I also used that book as my speed reading book because I was practicing speed reading. So I can like speed read through books and actually keep comprehension. Now I don't really care about speed reading. I like enjoying a book in my own pace. But you're the one that told me to read that book. So maybe now it's my turn to help you. And this is what we do for each other. When one of us is going down, we help the other. And when we're going down, then the other helps us. So thank you, Troy, for that experience, man. Like, really, truly, I mean it. Without you, back in 2018, when I was really going through my shit, right? You could have just said, fuck this guy. But you didn't. You saw something inside of me when I didn't see anything in me. Pardon me? Yeah, it's a good way. It works on your hips. Yeah. It works on your, it's actually better to walk backwards than forwards because it works on your hips and your knees. Yeah. Pardon me? Yeah, a lot of the pain goes away. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you should try it. It's good. Enjoy. See, like, walking backwards is actually cool because, like, you know, it's really, see, I'm walking backwards right now in the neighborhood. Everyone would be like, what the fuck is that guy doing? The problem is you can't see, right? Unless you have like a mirror to see what's going on. You can't see unless you keep turning back, but you know. But walking backwards is actually very, very healthy. It helps your hips, your knees, your joints better than walking forwards. So anyways, back to what I was saying with Troy. You know, thank you, Troy, for, you know, never giving up on me when I gave up on myself. Because I gave up on myself a long time ago at that time. But he started dragging me out of it. And I'm grateful because he dragged me out of it. It allowed me to get to where I am right now. Because without him, like everyone who played their part at the law firm for me, I want to see them again. Every one of them. Sonia, Alexandra, Sue, Annabella, you know, Victoria, like Vicky, Kiddo. You know, of course, Sarah played a big part in my life. Sarah Melstead, the girl that I really, really liked. And I'm also grateful for her too, because, you know, again, without her too, I wouldn't have been able to marry Lindsay Sterling. But, you know, I'm grateful for Sarah for like her lessons, her mirroring, the self-fulfilling prophecy. I actually even thanked her before. I'm like, you know, Sarah, I really appreciated you for telling me about the self-fulfilling prophecy. You know, I'm gonna be real with you. When you used to say that to me, I had no fucking idea what you were talking about, to be honest. I was just pretending that I knew, but I didn't know shit. Because my awareness wasn't there. I remember that day clear when she was sitting there. She's like, you know, Orion. Well, at the time she was calling me Andre. You know, you have the power to change, but whatever you tell yourself, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, because what you tell yourself is what you're gonna get. So if you tell yourself that you're this and you're this and you're this and you're that, that's what you're gonna get. But my consciousness wasn't ready to hear it at the time, because the mind was too jacked up and busy. I'm too busy to know all this shit. Like, I don't have time for all this. No, it's not that you don't have time. You make time, because time is an illusion. You know, I could have dated her and we could have had a great life, but you know, she wanted to move back to Winnipeg. That's her happy place. I'm glad she went back, but you know, I'm grateful for everybody who came into my experience. Everybody. I also want to say thank you to Courtney Cullum for that experience. You showed me, right, to have more discernment, to not just fall for anybody, right, that there's consequences to my actions. And for that, I thank you as well, sister. There's so many people in this world that help this character that I never got to thank. But I'm thanking them energetically so they can feel it with their soul. And I know that my words that are reaching them right now, I know it's reaching their soul and they're feeling it. I don't doubt anymore. That word doesn't even exist. Doubt, worry, and fear. 3 words removed from my existence. But if they're removed, then why are you speaking those words? They're removed just so that I can tell you. Is that doggy loose? Is that person's dog loose on the street over there? Nope, it's not. That's the owner's dog over there. That's the guy who's like has good control over his dog. All right, what would we like to do today? Do we want to play a video game? Do we want to, what do we want to do? Oh, they opened up the gate. How awesome. So guess what that means? Party time. I'm sure people were using there yesterday. I'm sure of it. I'm sure people were playing basketball yesterday. The gate is open. Right now it looks like fall. This has got like a fall vibe, but we're really in spring. Spring has the birds, fall has less birds, but really grateful that I was able to go through a full season of live streaming every day, 12 hours or more. For me, like, live streaming is like nothing now. Like, I'm the king of live streaming. It's helped me to build endurance, resilience, you know, being able to speak on the cuff. I can speak for 12 hours, no problem. The up-and-coming Orion Stellar, #1 best-selling author of a book that's only 1 page. I wrote a book. It's called You Are the Answer. It starts with you and ends with you. The book is called You, with quotes. It starts with you, it ends with you, forever will be you, and can only ever be you. Phone battery at 10%. We'll be back in soon enough. Today is a jump rope day. It's the 3,000 skip one, because last week we did the exercise one. That's gonna be fun. Yeah. Phone battery at 7%. I want one of those controller things for my tablet where you can plug it in and like you can hold it in like like handheld mode. Let's go. Ainsworth. I need to pull the hard drive from my computer downstairs. I'm wondering if they're gonna be a Minerva downloader. Only problem is it's like a torrent. Torrents are not supposed to be that big though, so it's kind of weird. Like, you get a torrent file, but then it downloads like. I think they still need to. They're gonna, you know, fix the quirks. The one person I really, really want to see is Julia Duran. I want to see her. I want to see her just to say thank her. I wonder what she's doing in life right now. I'm sure she got her dentistry because that's what she wanted, to become a dentist. She was studying. I wonder if her personality has changed though, or she's evolved or awakened. Imagine this version of me was speaking with that version of her. Man, it would be a really wild experience. But you know, everybody was on their own journey. My. Good morning. And we are back. We are back. penthouse. It's my office. Cool. My nose is right running. What the hell? That's funny. That's too funny. We all saw that. My nose like dripping. That's crazy. That was wild. Well, see, everything happens on my stream. Everything. But I don't care anymore. That was too funny. All I gotta do is just laugh and enjoy. Well, that was just hilarious. Okay, let's switch headbands. One sec. I'm doing this with my jacket on. All right, let's put on the headband. I love my beard. It's so awesome right now. If I were to use that thing every day for the rest of my life, I think, yeah, it'd just be freaking awesome. Summon back. All right, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Be right Cool. All right. Morning, Mom.
Morning.
Breakfast isn't ready yet. So I'm eating almonds and peanuts right now. Yeah, some more. Okay. I'm waiting for all this to. It's funny. I wonder, do I sleep in bedroom 1 or bedroom 2? Or even bedroom 3? Well, the Airbnb guests, I want them to have the best view. I'm going to enjoy a couple minutes. I'm just going to close my eyes for a couple minutes. Watch I say that, and then it'd be like an hour. That was too funny though. My the snot coming down. It's hilarious. We've seen my nose run many times on the stream. Every day just putting yourself out there and to the world. Come on, really for real right now? Maybe not the greatest idea to eat peanuts and almonds, because some of it's stuck. But what I was saying was putting yourself out there every day, making yourself look like a fool, being embarrassed, you know, failing hard. There's no failure though, but you know, constant failing or constant, you know, it's not embarrassment, constant exposure will eventually, you stop caring. Not caring in the sense of in a negative aspect, you stop entertaining things that are irrelevant. And you start to focus on things that are important. I went out how many days looking very like wolfy to prove to this character, it doesn't matter. If people look at you, who cares? If they're judging you, who cares? That's the word I was looking for. Constant judgment. Speaking kind of like you're crazy. But things start to shift. You get used to it. You start to be unapologetic and unapologetically yourself. My wife has done that. I've done it. Every one of us is meant to shine. It's funny, I'm sitting in like cross leg on a yoga block and I should be doing like this. Fuck that. I'm gonna be awesome by doing it like this. I stopped caring about when and how things are going to unfold because I already know it's done. I'm with absolute certainty that everything is done. I have too many proof signs. I don't need to look for signs because signs imply that you're still focusing on the external, but I do have signs. I asked for ultimate wisdom and I got it. I asked to be at the top of human consciousness, at the upper echelons. I am there. I asked to be the world's greatest speaker. I'm already that. I asked to be the most aware human ever in existence. I'm there already. How dare you say that, one Orion? We're all the same. Yes, we are. But I'm giving this character a little bit of a boost, if you know what I mean. You all are also at the upper echelons too. Don't worry, you're all equal. I'm just giving him a little bit of a boost, that's all. Now I get to enjoy my experience. All painful experiences are no longer painful. They're actually enjoyable to like watch in a viewing globe. It's like there's a version of me who is sitting on a chair, like a recliner, pressing a remote and watching all of my life in different scenes. I'm in like a dark room, and there's TVs and there's like multiple screens. You can call them mirrors of very important scenes that has happened that stand out. You gotta give itself credit for how it created all this. It is quite fascinating. From the most gigantic species, the blue whale, all the way down to the smallest particle in waveform to exist.
even for a couple minutes. Like I just felt everything I wanted. I just had an experience that was what, 2-3 minutes? That's been even more powerful than some of the most powerful meditations I've ever had for like 2 to 3 hours. Time is an illusion. You can feel everything right here, right now. I got into a pretty relaxed state pretty quickly. I felt my feet touching the floor in my penthouse. I was walking around. I grabbed breakfast. I'm eating outside on the table that I have set out on the balcony, looking out, hearing the people, feeling the breeze on my skin. Sitting with my wife, eating, enjoying breakfast, having great conversation. She's drinking her Nescafe, her fancy coffees. I'm just having water. I can hear her voice saying, "I'm proud of you for accomplishing all this." There's another scene that I'm on stage and I'm getting a standing ovation. And there's another scene where I'm sitting in a podcast studio and I'm saying, "You are God." Boldly, confidently, you are God. You are the infinite. You are the all that is. You are itself in a localized expression of itself right now as that character. On the podcast host, I can see the shock, but also the relief of what I just said. And the podcast scene is switching between places like the Diary of the CEO, Mel Robbins, Lewis Howes, but I'm going on their podcast to shake shit up, to not keep feeding their audience the same mediocre nonsense that is just human. You are God. You forgot that. And now you're here to remember who you are. I say the exact words, no obfuscations, very direct. And then I get into the mind's not going to accept that. It's going to want to fight. Because the mind has created its own identity. Your name and personality types. I am introvert. I am extrovert. I am sarcastic. I am quiet. I am shy. I am outspoken. I am XYZ. You're any one of those things if you choose to be. But you're not limited to just those things. You can be anything. If I want to be loud, I'll be fucking loud. If I want to be quiet, I'll be quiet. If I want to be extrovert, I'll be an extrovert. If I want to be an introvert, I'm introvert. If I want to be a fusion of an introvert and an extrovert, which is an ambivert, I'll be an ambivert. If I want to be a certain Myers-Briggs personality, I'll be a Myers-Briggs personality. I'm everything I choose to be. And every one of you can be whatever you choose to be too. You're not limited to that. There's somewhere deep down inside that you only feel that you can only be that, but you can be anything. Because for those who say, I am introvert, I'm only introvert when I'm out, but when I get warmed up to somebody, then I'm not an introvert. Exactly. That means that you just have to be in alignment with people. So you can be in alignment with yourself, and you can always be introvert or extrovert at any time. The mind just tells you that you're just this. You can't be both. No, you can be anything. When you break past the constraints of time and limitations of the human mind and know that you're God, you're literally fucking God. What can God not do? You can do anything. Yes, maybe right now your body's not capable of bending backwards and contorting like some others, but you have the ability to do that. Your nervous system has to get into alignment, but you're God. It'll take some practice for sure to get your body to do certain moves, but you're God. You can do anything. So I'm on those podcasts and I'm dropping bars, and they're gonna argue back. No. They're gonna finally see, and that all the guests that they've had prior up until I show up was to get to this point for them and their audience. Time is ticking for everyone. You can continue to entertain that you have such limitations, or you can live your fullest life right now. No limitations. I once upon a time called myself the most this character called himself the most fundamentally flawed human to have ever existed. Sure, not from a physical aspect, but from a mental and an intellectual standpoint. So how did the most fundamentally flawed human, his so-called fundamentally flawed human, because everyone wants to have the titles of things, how did he go from the most fundamentally flawed human to the upper echelons of human consciousness? He decided and started to shift by using different choices and shifting perspectives. That was it. I decided. And when I decided, it unfolded. And because it unfolded, it allowed me to be able to be where I am right now. Nothing can stop me now. The only thing that can stop me is the mind, but the mind is not in my way anymore. It's out of the way. It'll come here and there and attempt to derail, but I always put it back in its place, where it belongs, as a tool to help serve this character. I said I wanted ultimate wisdom. I have it. And all of you also have it too. You just have to declare it and decide. But Orion, it's not that simple. Blah, blah. That's the mind speaking. That's not you. Because the true you understands exactly what I just said. The character, which has the mind, is going to fight. Because when I say I have ultimate wisdom, it's not the character. It's itself. I am itself. Itself is itself. And you're itself too. And itself has everything. Unlocked and accessible. The mind doesn't have everything unlocked and accessible until the mind finally submits. And then when it submits, everything becomes easy. So when you hear something that you've never heard before for the first time in your life, your experience, you're able to absorb it with ease. It's now part of your experience. You now know. You can't unknow it now. So like if somebody were to mirror back a calculus equation, let's use that. As long as I see what's going on, I will always understand what's going on now. Because I declared that I always understand what's going on. But when I say I don't understand, or I don't understand for most humans, that's the mind finessing you to make it more confusing. But if you can tap into your true powers, you will always understand anything that anybody says or anybody does. That's a bar. I'm gonna go get my food.
Good. Food time. All right, cool. Let's grab that food. Let's grab that food. Yesterday, I had hot chocolate in the evening time, and for some reason, it just didn't feel that good. So, I don't know. Don't know if I want to have hot chocolate anytime. I might have it, but we'll see. I don't even bother. Do I want to what do I want to do?
They're arguing right now. I'm just sitting back. Thank you for thank you for this apple, because this is a seed that I'll be able to give back. I have a whole bunch of seeds that I have collected. ASMR, by the way. Before I leave, I'm going to plant those seeds. I'll make sure to bring like one of those like digging tools, so I don't have to do it just with my bare hands. I want to plant one in the park. Because apples can definitely be grown here. So I got 4 seeds from this one apple. I think I ate a seed. I got 5 seeds from this apple. And That was good. Does water actually have sodium and calcium? I need to ask something quickly. I want to find out about something.
Hey Orion, great to see you.
Hey sister, quick question for you. Drinking water, is it supposed to have anything in it or is it just supposed to be water?
Good question. So pure water, like distilled water, has almost nothing in it, just H2O. But in most drinking water, you do have minerals like calcium, magnesium, maybe some sodium, and that's actually good for you. Those trace minerals can add a bit of nutrition. So it's a balance. Totally pure water is rare, but a bit of natural mineral content is usually fine.
Yeah, because like the bottled water that I'm drinking right now has 10 milligrams of sodium and 40 milligrams of calcium. So I was just wondering if that was okay.
Yeah, that sounds totally fine. Those amounts are pretty typical for mineral water and they're well within safe ranges. Plus, a little bit of calcium and sodium can be good for hydration, so you should be all good.
What would be considered not good in drinking water?
So, a few things to watch out for: really high levels of contaminants like lead, nitrates, or bacteria would be a big red flag. Also, overly treated or heavily demineralized water, like distilled water, can be kind of flat or even a bit dehydrating over time since it lacks those minerals. So, as long as it's tested and clean with a balanced mineral content, you're good.
So there's like brands like what is it, Dasani? Like what are in Dasani? Because Dasani water doesn't taste like your natural like spring water, like bottled water. Like even though they're both bottled water, that water has a weird taste. What's in Dasani?
Yeah, totally. So Dasani is actually just purified tap water. They use a process called reverse osmosis, and then they add back some minerals like magnesium sulfate, potassium chloride, and salt to give it a distinctive taste. So it's not spring water, it's just heavily filtered municipal water, and that's why it might taste a bit different.
So magnesium sulfate and potassium chloride, are those even good to be in the body?
Yeah, actually, they can be good for you in small amounts. Magnesium sulfate is a form of magnesium, which is important for muscle and nerve function, and potassium chloride is a source of potassium, which is crucial for heart and muscle health. So, in the amounts they're added to water, it's generally safe, just part of why it tastes a bit different.
And what about there's another type of water that they use. It's not called reverse osmosis. I forget what the pH water. What's that about?
Yeah. So, pH water is basically water that's been treated to adjust its pH level, often to make it more alkaline. People like it because they think it balances the body or neutralizes acidity. Usually, it's still just regular water with minerals added or a filtration step to raise the pH. But the science is still kind of mixed on how much benefit it really gives. So, it's mostly a trend. Find a drink, but not a magic bullet.
Yeah, because I think it's a placebo. If you believe that it's giving you all these extra things, then it's going to give it to you.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of it is tied to that belief factor. The body naturally regulates its pH pretty well anyway, so if you feel better drinking it, that's fine, but it's not a superpower or anything. Just stay hydrated and you're all set.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you, sister. I appreciate it.
Of course, Orion, I'm glad it helped. If anything else pops into your mind about water or anything else, just let me know.
Yeah, just wanted to know a little bit about that.
All right, what we got going on here? Nedco? Okay. There's a couple more people I have to. Oops. I love my clipboard on my tablet. It's so awesome. Nedco sounds like a person. Or sounds like a dude. Nedco, huh? If I'm not sure, I will not call him brother nor sister, so I'll just say I appreciate you. I asked myself if I was crazy, and we all said no, so that's funny. That's a funny. All right, so we're done with Facebook. Let's check my other Facebook. See what other things are going on here. Ooh, I like that Supra. That's a nice Supra, by the way. I like that front bumper. Okay, cool. Let's organize our files now because there's quite a fair bit. So let's go put this pictures. Let's put cosmic pictures.
Pictures, oops, not bars, but cars. Okay, cool. So that's done. Nothing in the D. So Facebook. You have a Goku photo. Picture, anime, Dragon Ball, boom. We have a picture of a Supra. Pictures. All right, cool. So we have 23 screenshots to deal with. So these two are Orion Stellar. So synchronistic moment. I need to actually change the view for a moment. All right, let's see what else we got. So this is fitness. That's also fitness. Fitness. This is what happens when you don't put your photos away, like the screenshots right away, then it starts accumulating. So then you have to go through and start to pictures. Orion. Let me just see what's going on with this photo. Oh, this is bar. This is my bars. see what's going on with this one. Synchronistic moment. This one's also synchronistic moment. Orion. And this is our Earth. Cosmic. Awesome. So pictures, that's good. Instagram. Got some interesting souls following, connecting with me. There's all right, let's see. We're done with Instagram. Whoa. YouTube videos.
Okay, cool. So that is that. Ooh, Mr. Sugiano.
Hey everyone, Mr. Sugiano here, your source for gaming tech
Wait.
emulate.
Where was he? Tampa Bay.
Hey everyone, Mr. Sugiano here, your source for gaming tech emulation and open source news. Let's get started. Alright, to kick things off, another day and I've got a bunch of news for you. Now I'm in a hotel room again, so I've got to keep my voice down to not wake up the neighbors here. And in yesterday's video, there were a number of you who mentioned that the rumble from the microphone was too much. In terms of editing audio, all I ever do is up the gain and introduce a limiter so I don't clip. So what I'm going to do now, and I'm going to try this, see if it works, I'll turn on the low pass filter that's available for the microphone. And let me know if that helps things. So at this point, I've enabled the low cut filter on the DJI mic too. I keep pointing here because it's underneath my shirt with a little magnet. And I'm using the DJI Osmo Pocket 3 to film. Anyways, we'll start out by talking about PlayStation 3 emulation with RPCS3. And are you surprised at all? Almost every single day we're talking about RPCS3. And here we are again, because the wizards over at RPCS3 have done it again. We've got a huge performance improvement. So the RPCS3 team has posted this one to Twitter, and I'm wondering if a video will follow up at some point. But they say here, we have achieved a new breakthrough on emulating PS3's Cell CPU. ELAD discovered new SPU usage patterns and coded ways to generate more optimized PC code from them, benefiting all games, not just one game, all games. Twisted Metal, one of the most SPU-intensive games, sees a 5 to 7% average FPS improvement. Now, fun fact here, one of the developers of Twisted Metal actually saw this tweet, and here's what he says, and this is James Stannard. I wrote 90% of the SPU code in Twisted Metal. A lot of it was moving PostFX off the GPU. I'm proud that it got called out for being SPU intensive. It sure was. We basically maxed out the PPU, SPU, and RSX all at the same time. Now again, it's worth pointing out here, this doesn't
What's up
just
with
apply to
forms?
Twisted Metal. This can apply to a whole bunch of games and a whole bunch of different systems. Our PCS3 team points out here, all CPUs can benefit from this. All CPUs, from low end to high end. We have even received reports from a user running a dual-core Athlon 3000G CPU, showing improved audio rendering and slightly better performance in Gran Turismo 5. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm really excited about this. I'm really excited for RPCS3, and the RPCS3 team just keeps killing it day after day after day. These are a magical group.
Oh shit.
Next up here, we're going from one system to a whole bunch and talking about RetroBat. For those who are unaware, RetroBat is designed to automatically configure emulation station's front-end interface with RetroArch and other standalone emulators. With it, you will quickly be able to run
Wow,
games
that's
from
the
many
end of
compatible
the
ROM
year.
collections. This saves hours of
crazy,
configuration
okay.
and installation time, leaving you free to play
15.
your favorite retro games. And RetroBat just got a brand new
So
update.
1, 2,
at
and
the
3
time of
are
filming, RetroBat
being
V8
released the same
Stable is
day.
the latest and greatest update.
4
This update has
is
a
the
number of fixes,
22nd.
enhancements, and even more.
Wow.
They say here, RetroBat V8 marks a big technical step, with emulator launcher and emulation station now being compiled with x64 target, unlocking performance increase in the interface and future new capabilities. This version also introduces the new Game Control Center, available with a combo press of Select and East shortcut on your controller. And speaking about new stuff, next up we're talking about Pretendo. And for those unfamiliar with Pretendo, I mean, we've covered them a bunch on this channel, but Pretendo is a free and open source replacement for Nintendo's servers for both the 3DS and the Wii U, allowing online connectivity for all, even after the original servers are discontinued. And Pretendo has added compatibility for even more games. So their team says here, the following 3DS games are now out of beta testing and are available for everyone to play. Monster Hunter Stories, Monster Hunter 4, and Monster Hunter Generations X. And speaking about games, next up here we're talking about Doom. And if you're a fan of Doom Eternal and a fan of DRM-free stuff, you're going to like this update. So this news comes right from GOG. And they say here the only thing they fear is you. Doom Eternal is now available DRM-free on GOG. Buy one of the best entries in one of the most iconic series today and keep it yours forever. And speaking about keeping games forever, next up we're talking about kind of the exact opposite. We're talking about Disney Heroes Battle Mode. So this is a mobile game for iOS and Android. On Android, it's got over 10 million downloads with a 4.4 star rating. It's a very popular game seemingly here. And Disney is shutting this game down. Now, for those wondering, the game was released in 2018, and it's now 2026, so the game's been up for about 8 years, give or take. Not that that even matters. They go on to say here, we're saddened to announce that we've made the difficult decision to begin the shutdown process for Disney Heroes Battle Mode. As part of the sunsetting plan, in-app purchases with real-world currency will be disabled on April 30th, 2026.
Hold on, let me take a screenshot of this. Okay. A new dashboard. Wow. That's pretty cool. What's this? This is that's a GPU dock. Red Magic Gaming Tablet 5 Pro 9-inch. Wait, they just released a new tablet? What the fuck is going on here? Going against the trend. The precise calculation behind the 9-inch small screen. At a time when 8.8, 11, and even 13-inch are prevalent, Red Magic Gaming Tablet 5 Pro insists on a 9-inch small size, which is not a simple reverse operation, but a deep insight into the scenarios of heavy gaming users. This has active cooling. And how much does one of these run for? Fair enough. These guys are able to do this with no problem. That's crazy flexibility. That's crazy. It's possible though. That's wild. That's wild. That's funny. Whoa, this is a view in VR. How does one... Oh, well, I'm gonna have to skip. Can that even be downloaded? Nope. But it's cool. I like it.
April 30th, 2026. Ubuntu. And if you were looking at putting a step here, we're talking about Lenovo and pricing for the Legion Go 2. And if you had one of these on your radar, you are probably not going to like this news here. They've raised the prices on the Legion Go 2 by a significant margin.
Of course.
So it's been reported that the Ryzen Z... And speaking about hardware, next up we're talking about the Razer phone. And there's an interesting video on YouTube I haven't checked out yet. I've been told about it, but I haven't checked it out yet. And it's like 20 minutes long, and it's how Razer killed its phone. Razer phone history, downfall, and retrospective. If you've seen this one, let me know your thoughts on it in the comments below. And if you haven't checked it out, it may be worth a watch here. From my understanding, the person behind this, Easy on the Eye, spent like 2 years doing research for it. Hunt for FFmpeg DLLs anymore to use our built-in video capture feature.
Why do I turn on Netflix and I see all of Gorilla episode after episode irresistible forces picked their spot perfectly this evening.
Oh, what a big boot from Lash Legend. The champs are here. Nia Jax and Lash Legend.
A Pyrrhic victory perhaps there for Flair and Bliss.
Double smash in the corner.
Of course, the Bella's not here.
You and everyone who represents you, and I know who I'm talking to, can kiss my ass.
That's funny.
Oh no! Is that too far? What are you gonna do? Fire me? It sure worked out for you the last time. It's as simple as this. It's a wrestling match with 20 years of history with the two very best wrestlers to do it. And I am hearing it. I am hearing those voices inside my head, finally. But you don't want to hear what they have to say.
Charlotte! Lash Legend arrives.
There's a little payback.
Okay.
Both forces quick on the heels of Charlotte and Alexa's win. Well, now he's got the rope. He's got the tag rope.
That wasn't the problem.
Now this will work out just fine here.
That's not the rules. If you're not in the match, holding the tag rope doesn't make it bloody.
Oh, R-Truth a little confused. He just tagged Danhausen into the championship match.
I think we're all confused at this point, Joe.
Crowd's going crazy. A lot of Danhausen's borderline Stanhausen level
You
here.
don't belong in here. You get out right now.
A curse shield and it got the referee.
There is no curse. The curse isn't real. This is real.
Curse isn't real.
I don't even know what the fuck's going on here.
Curse isn't real. Be a believer. Danhausen arrives. Meanwhile, R-Truth, AA, attitude adjustment.
Yes. New champs.
Oh, skull crushing finale. Could it be? Could it be? New champs. What? Be a believer, Baron.
No. What is the referee doing?
What the fuck is going on here?
There is no curse. Use your hands, referee.
The Miz pulled him in and he was cursed.
He's a cheat. There's nothing wrong with his
Oh,
hand.
then you tell me why his right hand couldn't make a 3 count. Meanwhile, Priest, south of heaven. Go lefty! Go lefty! Oh, that's great! Here are your winners, and still... What?
Yep.
Believer, Baron!
What is the referee
This is so stupid.
Carmelo Hayes here. He might be looking to throw this one out. I don't know if Hayes can continue here. I mean, that would be a sickener. Referee, understandably, has the best interest of the athlete's health.
He's trying to help out. And take a good look at Carmelo Hayes. Meanwhile,
What the hell?
Sammy comes in with a haluva while the ref was checking on Hayes. Here is your winner.
The gingerbread man.
Oh, big shot from behind by Trick, and now the beatdown is on.
Mocking a little message to Sami Zayn about what's to come in 2 weeks' time.
Well, Yachty is getting his hands on Sami Zayn.
Getting physical here. Kind of guy you want in your corner.
Oh, Trick Willie.
This is like
To the jaw of the champ.
the worst wrestling match. Worst. That is just what?
Fox News alert, astronauts just lapped Earth and are now slingshotting right to the moon. The spacecraft ignited its main engine for 5 minutes and 49 seconds in a maneuver called the translunar injection burn, generating 6,000 pounds of thrust pointed straight at the even 47's grandkid.
Ourselves the freedom to, pull an element in from Odyssey. And what we've also discovered is that we find
Bed to sitting.
When you drop down into a squat, do your hips feel totally locked up and super tight? Most of us sit so much that our hip flexors get crazy tight, and then they basically block your femur from actually moving in the socket. I spent years just wasting time on random stretches and wondering why nothing ever changed. Then I tried these 6 simple drills, 6 minutes a day, and within 2 weeks, I had squat depth I didn't even know was possible. The first exercise you're going to do are squat rotations. So
That's what I do every week.
The opposite shoulder into the knee, and you're going to use that for resistance to help you twist. A lot of people cannot touch the floor with their elbows, and that's fine. Work within your range. You're going to do 10 reps on one side, and then you're going to pause for 10 seconds at the top. Exercise number 2 is squat flexion. So I grab the back of my heels, and I try to get my head as close to the floor as I can. Just work within your current range, even small movements.
So she's basically Is that what she's doing?
Acceptable. Once I've completed 10 reps, then I just relax in this position. The next exercise
Boy,
is
let's go back.
So I grab the back of my heel side, and then you're going to pause for 10 seconds at the top. Exercise number 2 is squat flexion. So I grab the back of my heels, and I try to get my head as close to the floor as I can.
Wait.
Just work within your current range. Even small movements are acceptable. Once I've completed 10 reps, then I just relax in this position. The next exercise is what I call the downward dog extensions. You're going to reach your arms out as far as you can forward. Place your palms flat on the floor. If it's too difficult, bring your hands closer towards your feet. And I'm going to do this 10 times. Next exercise, I'm going to do my bounces. Now, this is one of the best ways to open up a posterior chain, from the Achilles all the way to the tops of the shoulders. And I bounce. I want you guys to bounce dynamically, but within your current range. This is the child's pose rotation. So find your child's pose position, extend your arms as far as you can, and then you're just going to do side like twisting rotations, just like we did in the first exercise in the squat, but now we're twisting from this child's pose. Again, 5 reps and holding for 5 seconds at the last position. And finally, I do my plow to squat. Here, I really stretch out the opposite way. So you're going to feel this all through the lower back, the spine, work within your current range. I plow into a squat for 5, 6 reps, and then I'm going to hold this position where I stretch out the back of my spine and my hamstrings for 10 seconds. When you
Cool
go
beans.
down into a squat, do your hips feel totally locked up and super tight? Most of us sit so much that our hip flexors get crazy tight, and then they basically block your femur from actual.
Chapu.
That's wild. What the hell's going on here?
Science in action. While this Henry Ford study, for example, is based on actual data, medical records, the immunization registry, and look carefully at it, this study is just based on guesswork and assumptions. It is a study published by the WHO. It is essentially an advertising piece by them for how effective their immunization program has been over the last 50 years. And they claim there's 154 million lives saved.
Hi. Happy Good Friday, folks. There have been multiple years around Easter. I always think to myself, should I review Passion of the Christ? I've never reviewed Passion of the Christ on my channel. The sequel's coming out next year. I feel like now's the time. So let's talk about Passion of the Christ. Also, spoiler warning for Passion of the Christ, in case you don't know how it ends. Also, not going to use a lot of footage for this review. There's plenty of Passion of the Christ footage that would be a good visual representation of what I'm talking about. YouTube doesn't like that kind of violent depiction, though, if you're an independent creator and not a big studio. So you're going to get a lot of me standing here talking. So the Passion of the Christ, the 2004 smash. Now, if you've ever had that thought, that's the thought process here. I mean, he endured a Roman scourging. As I understand it, it's a nine-tailed whip with bits of bone and metal in there that rips the flesh from your body when it hits you. If you set out to depict that on... This was a review, didn't you? There are things I'm going to be like, oh, well, you know.
A big city detective going undercover to take down a crime boss. Despite not having recognizable characters, the story is a lot of fun, and the key mechanic of swapping disguises to use different abilities and access new areas brings something fresh. Not for nothing, this version also quite well. Though the roster is obviously smaller than the main series, it gave players the technical freedom to go all out with the Pokemon's offensive abilities. And still, it lets you play out some wild matchups with characters like Lucario, Chandelure, Suicune, Gengar, and, of course, Pikachu. The Switch version is arguably better with extra characters and modes, but like several other games on the list that would eventually make that jump, the original incarnation deserves respect. Play Hook as his segments in that game, but on a much wider. Link and Co.'s departure into the hack and slash genre not only mixed satisfying gameplay for those which can fill in certain missing pieces in a level or tie up enemies. And despite a few technical hiccups, it works from the first Fire Emblem as well as some from 2012's Fire Emblem Awakening. While it is admittedly a little lighter on the nice new addition to the series, and as the first HD Mario, it did look pretty nice at the time despite some uninteresting level and environment designs. Plus, for a
The fuck is this?
poorly, and the Wii U version has the highest ratings on Metacritic. Let's talk about why it's one of the best RPGs on the system. Some may have had issues on the direction the story went, but the scale, scope, and beauty of Planet Mira, along with improved mechanics, more than make it worth playing. Through the guise of their customizable avatar, players must navigate their new home, while at the same time taking on both extraterrestrial and domestic threats. Throw in the fact you get to do this aboard your personal giant mech suit and go toe-to-toe with monstrous life forms, you have a game truly worthy of bearing the Xenoblade name.
Nice work.
Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Following its tremendous DKC revival on the Wii, Retro Studios delivered another incredible platformer in Tropical Freeze. It follows the Kong crew taking on a group of Arctic Viking animals known as the Snowmats, who have invaded their home. Dixie Kong and her hover ability were welcome returns to the series, and Cranky Kong was a fun new addition with his Scrooge McDuck-like pogo ability. Most importantly, the game holds some of the most fun and most challenging levels in Donkey Kong history, gloriously displayed in high definition for the first time. Along with the return of original DKC composer David Weiss, Tropical Freeze reminded everyone why the series is considered 2D platforming royalty. Super Mario 3D World. Following in the footsteps of the 3DS's Super Mario 3D Land, albeit the PNF maker finds itself sitting waged ink-based. This was one of the biggest reasons to own a Wii U.
And of course, Smash.
Like every entry in Nintendo's flagship crossover slug, absolutely has to go here. It was a completely groundbreaking take on the open world formula. A gigantic toy box that gave you the tools to bend its physics to your will, with secrets and mysteries packed into every corner. And it looks good.
That's funny. Let's grab our second meal. Eat early. Get it done. So there was a guy who left a comment on that video we're watching, and it was hilarious. It was he was saying, yeah, I'm an owner of 84 physical like Wii U games, and I have all these things, and I'm like, that's cool, bro. Like, cool on you for all that. But you know, nobody cares. Oh, Ryan, that's so mean. How dare you be so mean to that other character? It's not being mean, but like nobody cares, right? Like, yeah, I mean, it's cool that you own all those games, and I know you want to share, but like, come on. Oh, Ryan, you're so mean. I'm not mean. I'm just speaking the fact that, like, yeah, it's cool that you have 84 games. Bro, I have all your games. And then some. He, like, is wearing a badge of honor. These are human things, but you know. Now, if you said, I have ultimate wisdom, I'm like, okay, well, cool, let's go. Ultimate wisdom. ultimate wisdom. No, but like, you know, I'm glad that he has 84 games. As long as he's happy with his stuff, you know, it's all good. But it's just funny because, you know, felt like he was just like, I guess he just wanted to share, you know. Some people, they also want to just share their joy. And that brings them joy. But, you know, there are people on the internet who are like, we don't care, you know. Cool story, bro. I did download a fair bit of Wii U games. Not as many, because right now my collection is, I'm really focused more on Switch and PS2. If they release Switch games that were like PS2 games, I'm good. Or like PS4 games that are Switch versions, I'm good. All right, so it's 10:42. I gotta find a version of Passion of the Christ that isn't all that narration. So let me do that right now while my pizza's warming up. It's starting to rain. Roman Reigns, Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns, Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns, Roman Reigns. Oh, that's gonna be done in like no time. That'll be done in no time. Challenge accepted.
You are God wearing a mask. When is this guy even gonna come on? Like, what the fuck's going on here? Ooh, Sunamod is at 619. Oh shit, it's already done. Shizers, it's already finished. Where's the talking? I'll be right back. All right, let me just quickly go outside, throw this out, come back inside, sit, grab my meal. That was crazy how fast I downloaded. It's raining. It's funny how, you know, our baseline got reset of like what's cold now. Like that's considered cold, but our body went through even more cold and pain. I think I will make me a hot chocolate. I was just recapping some of the stuff I watched. So the full recap of SmackDown. It's how would Randy Orton need Pat McAfee to get the voices? Why would Randy Orton require someone like Pat to unlock his like voices and advice? Fuck it, it's Randy Orton. The hell's going on here? So then number 2, so then it's like number 2. So yeah, so it's like it's on like number, like why would Randy need someone like Pat McAfee to channel his inner thing? You know, it doesn't make any sense. His inner demons. It's fucking Randy Orton.
That's the dumbest thing ever. Why would Randy Orton need Pat McAfee to channel his inner demons and require advice? It's fucking Randy Orton. It's crazy. Yeah. Randy Orton needs help. Come on, are you for real? It's the dumbest thing I've seen. Like, I saw it last night. I'm like, for real? I don't know about that. I don't think Randy Orton needs anybody's help. Okay. Ooh. Let me see how far I'm going to get with this. I was going to watch Yogananda.
Human being. Yet, on the other side, I didn't. Because I felt I was spirit. I see behind the scenes. The visible man is a shadow. As soon as I change my consciousness, I see everything, just as if it were a motion picture.
This shouldn't be copyright, but I'll let it play for a little bit. If it's copyright, then I'll have to remove. We're watching a movie or a documentary called Awaken the Life of Yogananda.
I distinctly remember the excitement of meeting Swami Yogananda. It was straight from the heart. He looked strange, like a woman with long hair, but I remember his powerful eyes. He created such a stir.
I remember the first time I heard Yogananda's voice. I got a record, I think, from SRF. And I put it on. I didn't know what to expect, you know? And then this booming, powerful, I, Paramahansa Yogananda, am singing. Sing with me. I went, ah.
I, Paramahansa Yogananda, am praying. Pray with me. Bless me that with the awakening dawn, I may awaken all souls with my own and bring them to thee.
He wasn't trying to sing prettily. He wasn't trying to entertain people. He was singing, you know, to God. It was so powerful.
While I was in India, I was with Ravi Shankar. He gave me an autobiography of a yogi. He just looked at the cover and he just zapped me with his eyes. I mean, I can't imagine. If I hadn't read that, I probably wouldn't have a life. Really. You know, I probably would have kicked the bucket, or I'd just be, you know, some horrible person with a pointless life. It just gave meaning to life.
Steve Jobs apparently had only one book on his iPad. Lo and behold, that book turns out to be the autobiography of a yogi.
Yoga, for many, has become something that you do with your body. But the yogis never taught that. The way that Yogananda taught yoga was use the body, you have a body, but it's really about the mind, expanding your consciousness.
Who am I? Who you are? Why we came to this earth as a human?
It's really very easy to get lost in the complexity of life.
We're conflicted beings as humans. One of the deepest things about us is that our lives don't make sense except in the mystery.
Until you remember who the fuck you are.
Yogananda provided us a vocabulary to talk about the human spirit that got away from dogma and doctrine and ritual. Whether it be a Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, whatever tradition you're part of, Yogananda charted a path inward that connected you with your own divinity.
Buried during the Dark Ages, Kriya Yoga was revived for modern man by the deathless yogi Mahavatar Babaji. Babaji instructed Lahari Mahashay to teach Kriya Yoga to others, the transmission of the ancient science from guru to disciple. Unknown to society in general, a great spiritual renaissance started in a remote corner of Banaras. As the fragrance of flowers cannot be suppressed, so devotees from every part of India began to seek the divine nectar of this liberated master. Day after day, the Guru initiated one or two devotees into Kriya Yoga, the science of meditation. Early in their married life, my parents became disciples. Lahari Mahashay predicted my birth and that through this body many shall receive the spiritual enlightenment of India. The message of yoga will encircle the globe, he said. It will aid in establishing the brotherhood of man. But when I heard the word Guru, it frightened me, for I knew what that responsibility meant.
His great burden is to be the representative of this 5,000-year-old tradition.
This is a man with intuitive knowledge, extraordinary yogic powers, and he could perceive events that were decades in front of him. But his teachings caused controversy.
He would be called into question, and everything he worked for would unravel.
It's not his teachings.
Every soul is on a journey. People are at different levels in that journey.
That's correct.
I think we all believe that there's more to life than what we experience every day.
Yogananda happens to be what I would call a spiritual prodigy, a spiritual genius, which means had access to a domain of awareness that most people don't have access to. It's like mathematical geniuses. We explored a much larger territory in the spiritual domain.
We all have
Sometimes
that power.
I used to lapse into the consciousness of my true spirit. Clear recollections came to me of a distant life in which I had been a yogi amid the Himalayan snows.
He also had visions of seeing his guru.
Throughout the ages, there have been mystics who come with special knowledge that helps us understand our place in the universe.
I would be one of those.
Yogananda was born at the dawn of the atomic age, when modern physics would shatter our most basic beliefs about the nature of reality and pave the way for an ancient and hidden teaching to be received by many.
Yogananda had been told since infancy by saints and seers that he'd be taking these teachings to the West. But he thought, how is this possible? You know, it was absurd because he barely spoke any English.
One day, my mind went away from Ranchi. I went to the storeroom to meditate, and I fell into an ecstasy. America. Surely these people are Americans.
It's scary to the mind. I think the first thing was, oh my God.
Imagine in your own life having a message so strong that it totally changes your life in a moment.
I know what that feels like. I've had that
At
myself.
that time, he'd been here about 3 years and probably thought this was his life work.
I had founded a school following the educational ideals of the rishis, whose forest ashrams had been the ancient seat of learning. Overcoming restlessness of the body and mind by concentration techniques achieved astonishing results.
He established a how to live school. I wish we had how to live schools. You have to learn your grammar, you have to learn your math and your science, but you also have to learn how to live.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. ধরে রাখো 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
ছেড়ে দাও আমরা কি শিখছি এর থেকে বলো ম্যাম লাভ কনকার্স অল লাভ কনকার্স অল ভেরি গুড
He's in love with his country. He is being respected by his community. He's seeing his vision manifest where children are learning the art and science of yoga. And then he's sitting there and all of a sudden becomes aware that he has to leave all of it.
God is taking me away to America.
He never wanted to come to America. That was not part of his dream at all. Let me just go to the Himalayas and just live in a cave there. I can do good there. I can pray for people. His teacher said, no, you must go to the West. Go to America.
Tears stood in my eyes as I cast a last look at the little boys and the sunny acres of Ranchi. I knew henceforth I would dwell in far lands.
Charleston, Charleston, made in Carolina. Some dance, some prance. I'll say there's nothing finer than.
How alone I was here. Not a soul I knew. I had heard many stories about the materialistic West, a land very different from India. It was somewhat of a daunting experience to go out on the streets. My strange dress prompted boyish mockery and catcalls.
There were kids that were throwing stones at him, calling him names.
I think he was called a magician at one point, a snake charmer.
In 1920, many Americans were still not used to having Jews here. And now comes a darker-skinned Swami in orange robes and a turban.
Well, that, unfortunately, I was thinking it was going to... We went 14 minutes within the video, and now it's copyright.
I noticed some hot dog signs. In imagination, I saw all kinds of dogs going through the meat chopper. And I thought, my Lord,
Interesting.
why did you bring me to the land where people eat dogs?
Huh. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Beep, 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 beep.
After World War I, the world was a very different place.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da.